Will the Recess Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 come to order? It is now 9:05 a.m. on July 24th, 2025. I am Tasha Kama, Chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee. This online meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Members, when your name is called, if you are not with me in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in your workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified, and we have no need to identify testifiers. So, aloha kakahiaka and Ohio gozaimasu.
Okay, moving on to Africa.
Okay,
Jambo. Jambo, everyone. Good morning.
like John Boy?
Jambo, like
John Boy.
Jambo.
John Bull.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So thank you for that opening, and I want to say aloha kakahiaka to our Council Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura, who I saw was in her seat, now is not in her seat, but is making her way to her seat. Aloha kakahiaka and John Bull. Oh.
Is it me?
Yes,
Oh,
it's
good
you.
morning. Sorry, I have to get my papers.
Jambo.
Jumbo, and good morning. Sorry, Chair.
Want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Jambo and aloha kakayaka kako.
Want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Mahalo, Chair, council members, committee members, Jambo to all of you. Thank you.
Want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to Councilmember County Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako, aloha kakahiaka chair. Mahalo member Johnson for not setting me up this today. And although there are no testifiers at the Molokai District Office, the Molokai District Office sends its aloha from across the Pailolo. I told them I would convey that. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So send it back from us to them. Thank you. Aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha, kakakiaka, Jambo, and good morning all.
And I think our Vice Chair Nohe Hudgens will be here a few moments late. So we're going to continue with Aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to our Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha Kakayaka Chair and Jumbo.
Thank you. And we have with us from the Department of the Corp Counsel, our Deputy Counsel, Nahulu Nunokawa. Aloha kakahiaka and John Bull.
Aloha Kakahiaka and Jambo, Chair and Council members.
And we have from the County Administration, the Director of Communications and Government Affairs, Laxmi Abraham. Aloha kakahiaka and John Bull.
Aloha Kakayaka, Chair, Council members, and Jumbo.
And we want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to Matt Chukowski, the Executive Assistant.
Aloha kakahiaka and Jambo.
Want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to the Director of Planning, Kate Blystone.
Aloha kakahiaka and Jambo. I can say that one. Chair. Mahalo.
We also want to say aloha kakahiaka and John Bull to the Administrative Planning Officer, Greg Post.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, sweet, sweet. Also want to say good morning to the Corporation Counsel, Deputy Corp Counsel, Kristen Tarnstrom.
Aloha and Jambo, Chair.
Very good. And so these are resources that we have with us today, and we're going to try to make sure that our Director of Water, Deputy Director of Water, Landgraf, would be online with us, if possible. We also have our committee staff, our Senior Legislative Analyst, James Kruger, aloha kakahiaka, and John Bull.
Good morning, Chair and members.
We have our Legislative Analyst, Ellen McKinley, aloha kakahiaka, and John Bull. There you go. We have our committee secretary, Jennifer Yamashita, aloha kakahiaka, and John Bull.
Good morning, Chair and members.
And we have our legislative attorney, Carla Nakata, aloha kakahiaka, and John Bull.
Aloha, Chair and members.
So members, thank you once again for attending today's HLU committee meeting. And we have only one single item on the agenda today, which is Bill 9, amending chapters 19.12, 19.32, and 19.37 of the Maui County Code relating to transit vacation rentals in apartment districts. And I now see that our Vice Chair of the committee, Ms. Nohelani Hodgins, has gained her seat, and therefore I would like to say good morning, aloha kakahiaka, and John Bo.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
So as we did yesterday, I am planning to recess this meeting for the mid-morning break around 10:30-ish, for 15 minutes for lunch around noon, for an hour and a half till 1:30, and then our mid-afternoon break around 3 p.m. But I'm really hoping that we could probably get this done before the late afternoon, but it's up to us, members. So I hope that giving everybody an advance warning of what's to come today, that we'll be better prepared for how we're going to spend our time. Yes, Chair.
Yeah. After you're done with your instructions, I am requesting that we go into executive session to confer with our attorneys.
After I'm done. See, now you confuse me. I feel like
sorry.
I'm done. Okay.
Second.
So you wanted to do that, I mean, I'm finished saying all my announcements and whatnot, so do you want to do that now?
Yes, because I think it's relevant to how we're going to make decisions going forward.
Chair.
Okay, yes.
Mahalo, Chair. So I had asked as a courtesy to the community if we were going to immediately go into executive session, that we had announced that yesterday so folks could come a little later instead of coming at 9 and getting kicked out of the chambers immediately. I mean, if we have to go into executive session, whatever. It is what it is, I guess. But I would prefer that the amendments be explained in open session before we go into executive session, so that at least the public has an understanding of where the council members' proposals are coming. Because I know we got, the hard copies on the floor now, but we just got it, and the public, may not have it yet. So that would be my request.
Yes. But remember, okay, let's go back to Chair Lee. Chair Lee, this isn't about an amendment, is it?
It could be. So what I'm suggesting is, why don't we give members of the public a copy of all the amendments, and while they're taking the time to read out through it, we can be doing our executive session.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. If we're in discussion, and you remember my request yesterday was that all the amendments get put on the floor. I only see amendments from you and Chair Lee. And so this is like, we're going to go in executive session, out of executive session, in executive session, out of executive session, and that's just not efficient.
You're right.
I'm amenable to everybody that has amendments presenting them. And then if we need to go into executive session to get advice from the lawyers, like my standing question yesterday, does this make our legal case stronger or weaker? And can the objective be accomplished in a way that doesn't make our legal case stronger or weaker? But I don't want to go straight into executive session without getting everything on the floor that out in the open that we would need to go into executive session for, because it's really a waste of time to go in, out, in, out, in, out. And we only have amendments from 2 members right now, and they haven't even been proposed. So I don't know if people want to at least introduce their amendments, say the reason why, all of the amendments, and then we can discuss if we would like to go into executive session at that time. But to just go straight into executive session and I haven't heard a reason, it's just disappointing.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Chair Lee.
I'll be happy, I'm not going to make the motion now. We don't have a main motion or anything. I think we're still in the general discussion stage, and I'll be happy to explain why I'm asking to confer with our attorneys in private. One of the issues before us is the amortization date set at 3 years and then 5 years, right? Yours is going to be 5 years. And my point is, when creating a law, and attorneys can stop me at any time. When creating a law, it's incumbent upon the lawmakers not to create a law that has an absurd outcome or result. Correct? Corp Counsel? Correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So in this case, we're creating a law that gives people 5 years, let's say at this point, who knows what it is going to be, 5 years to comply, to come into compliance by applying for a change in zoning. Okay. And we heard yesterday that the planning department generally handles about 4, let's say 4 is a high number, change in zoning per year. So in 5 years, that's 20 changes in zonings. So they say, well, the council can do it. You know, the council, no, we can't. We can't handle that type of volume. And we're not part of the administration. We can do this occasionally under certain circumstances, but not for, thousands of property owners and hundreds of properties. It doesn't make sense. So if the remedy offered to those who we are requiring to phase out their use in 5 years, if the remedy is not reasonable or even reachable, is that considered an absurd outcome or absurd result, or putting something into law that somebody cannot actually comply with? That was going to be my question in executive session, but if you want to talk about it in an open session, that's fine. I just didn't want to bring any more liability upon the county. In the past, when I first got on the council years ago, we had what is called an interim zone. And an interim zone was like a placeholder until the time came where the council was able to create the proper zoning. But because even back then, the zoning process, a change in zoning process, was so onerous and expensive, we comprehensively zoned certain areas. We comprehensively zoned Paia, Paia town, and the close surroundings, and we comprehensively zoned Makawao, and we comprehensively zoned Molokai, I believe. So, and I don't know where else, but those are the ones I remember. Because we were going to be zoning, now we're going to be identifying sections of the communities as certain zones, and as a result, almost all of the properties would not be in compliance anymore. And that's the reason why we resorted to comprehensive zoning. So that was the remedy, and that was a fair remedy. But what I'm saying today is that what we're doing is not a fair remedy. It's not. 5 years is not enough time. And one of the reasons, one of my proposal is going to be that we, instead of identify a year or a time, that the phase out and the seizing of the use would be upon the sale of the property. See, okay, now we're getting into situations where we need to talk this out without interference. Okay, so you folks wanted to hear it in public, and I'm telling you in public. that there may be legal implications here when you don't give people the proper amount of time to make the change in their situation, their zoning situation, that the county is imposing upon them. So these are the legal issues that I wanted to discuss with our county attorneys. And that was one, and the other one had to do with takings. So, you know, I can wait, but I thought it made sense to try and clear these things up as we start going through the process. But I can wait if that's the decision of the body.
Point of order, Chair. Sunshine Law, HRS 92, doesn't give us the authority to go into executive session to avoid interruptions from the public. Just
I didn't say that. Hey, come on, I didn't say that. I'm not even talking about interruptions. I'm talking about a legal conference with our attorneys. I said that. I said that. Now, let's not go down that road.
You did say
I'm
that.
trying to get the business of the council done.
Shirley,
Yeah?
I'm
Okay?
calm. You can be calm too.
No,
Take a breath.
I am calm too, but apparently you're not
You said
hearing me.
interference,
No,
that's
no,
why.
I guess
That's
you're
all I
not
was
hearing
saying.
me.
I did hear you.
You did hear me? Okay,
I heard you.
okay, good.
You said
heard
you
me.
wanted to get legal advice.
Legal advice. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the real reason why I wanted executive session, to get legal advice from our county attorneys. But if they feel, with whatever I just said now in the open, that is not necessary, nor is it necessary to talk about takings in the open, I'm happy to ask all those questions. Can we get an answer from our attorneys?
And Chair, to clarify, all we said was propose your amendments in public, in the open meeting, before we go into executive session, not explain the legal concerns in public. That was what myself and Member Polton asked. Just explain the ASF that you folks
Well,
submitted. That's all.
I thought that my question to the attorneys would cover my proposal plus possibly other people's. That's the reason why. So, you know, with regard to takings, with regard to time. So that's all I was asking. And I brought it up in public, and if they say we can discuss it in public, then we don't need an executive session. That's why I'm waiting for an answer.
Okay, I think Mr. Cook, and then Member Hodgins, and then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. My two amendments were recently passed down. I had asked if it had to do with Corp Counsel. There was a little confusion on my part, so I said hold them back, and I just asked for them to be distributed. So that's my two that are now distributed. And it would be, anyway, I concur, it's great. We want to have as much transparency as possible. Also, my preference would be that when we do go to executive session, it be with, you know, A, B, C, D, and address those issues and come back and not be going back and forth then. So as efficient as possible, but I yield to the chair's discretion, and I'm on board with our body.
Okay, thank you. Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. I described my proposed amendments yesterday before we, I guess, recessed the meetings. The reason why they aren't on paper yet, which I have them here, it just depends on which one we ultimately passed, whether it's the ASF we were provided by admin or the CD1 version for you. As discussed with Corp Counsel yesterday afternoon, it is implied that the amendments I made are in the bill already, but I just preferred it to be explicit. So I have the language here. It is just the variance properties as discussed yesterday. So again, it's already implied, but I just wanted it explicit.
Okay.
Those are my amendments.
Member Paulton, and then Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for you because we started this discussion before it seemed that you started. What was your plan for this?
Okay, so my plan for the day was to be able to do the motion, ask for the motion on the floor for the, to recommend passage. That was to ask for that motion. And then to also entertain a motion to substitute. And that was what I was going to ask. And then After that, hopefully ask Corp Counsel that as they've reviewed all of our amendments, what amendments do they think that we needed to go into exec session for? And that they would pinpoint those. And the ones that we didn't need to go into exec session, let's just handle them while we're still here. And then once we're done with all of the ones that didn't need to go into exec session for, then we go into exec session, and that Corp Counsel would point out to us in the amendment, what are those items on that amendment that they believe we have to go into exec session for. So when we go in, those are the only issues we're looking at when we get in. So that'd be more efficient use of our time, take care of those, hopefully come to some whatever, and then come out and then do our report that Mr. Nunakawa usually does, and then continue with that.
Couple of clarification questions on that course of action. The substitution was gonna be what were you gonna request the substitution?
I was going to, with the proposed CD1 version that was attached to my ASF.
Which ASF?
Chair?
Yes.
Chair is referencing the ASF that's posted on the agenda. So we didn't distribute it, but it's posted.
Okay. And then when you said have Corp Counsel tell us which ones need executive session and which ones don't, was it your intention to vote on the amendments before we go into executive session?
Hopefully, so when we come out, the only ones we're dealing with is those amendments that we dealt with in Corp Counsel one time. That's my hope.
Okay, I guess my preference would be before we vote on any amendments, or even before we vote on any amendments, I would love to hear the whole picture, because we don't know how the
others are going to impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought about that
But
too.
other than that, I feel like it's a good course of action. I want to quickly look at the CD1 version that was posted, so I'm on the same page, though.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, go right ahead.
Hey, Chair, I appreciate your description of your course of action. I'll support it. I just maybe want to add on to a little bit of something for clarity.
Okay.
There's 6 amendments on my desk right now, I think.
Yeah.
If the members of those amendments just want to read the paragraph of the description, it's a paragraph, just go down the line of those writers of the amendment, say, here's the paragraph of the description, it's on the page, just so the folks who are watching and listening can say, okay, I get the gist in the description, and that'll take 5 minutes, I would hope, and we just move right on from there and follow your course, as well as the TV folks and the online folks and the folks here in just everybody in general would have that paragraph of information for them.
So, yes, Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Member Johnson's assessment. I think that a brief explanation of each, because of and what was previously said, each of these could potentially impact the other one. And I don't want us to be amending things and then having to back up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Oh, and point of information, can staff let us know which item on Granicus was the substitution?
Could you, and well,
Chair. Chair, while we're waiting for the number on Granicus, in my very quick review of the 6 amendments, they're all attempting to amend the same section, which is the 19.12.070. I also reviewed your ASF and the mayor's initial proposed bill. And your bill just has one new section which outlines the phase out instructions, anticipation, notice, which I'm supportive of. I think my preference would be to go section by section instead of a substitution. I think like there's the repeal of 19.12.025, and none of these amendments we just got this morning attempts to amend that. It just repeals that section, for example, and I think we could dispose of sections of the bill instead of doing a substitution, which is a total change. Because even one of your amendments amends your ASF. So I feel like it would be a little more organized if we dispose of the sections that aren't a point of contention that we all can agree on, and then we just focus on the sections that are attempting to be amended 7 times. So that would be my suggestion. 7, 8, 9 times. Mahalo, Chair.
Chair.
Okay, yes. Remember,
Also, would you be able to ask Corp Counsel to give us their opinion upfront, since they now have our amendments, and if there aren't any issues that they see, it's not only actually the amendments themselves, but the reasoning that we will provide that could put us kind of on the edge of whether we should or should not go into executive session. But they can tell us now, right now, if what their thinking is.
okay, getting back to Granicus number 36, I think it was laid out there, so that's where it's at. Okay? Court Counsel, are you able to respond to Chair Lee?
Did they just get it now?
No,
There were a couple
they had
that we didn't have. I'm not sure if it was just a.
They got all of them yesterday.
I think so.
We got 1 or 2 today.
So I don't think it's fair to ask them if they just got it today, right now. I mean, it's not a press a button thing, you know? Like the ones they got yesterday, they can let us know. But if they just got it just now, it's not
Just who they
fair
got now.
to them.
Right, they got Tom's now, I think.
Yeah, the ones they got yesterday, but the ones they got today, that's not right of us to do to them.
But Member Seymour,
Yeah, I think Corp Counsel, we could, you need time to probably digest this. And if that's what you need, please just tell us so that we know how to proceed.
I think a little bit of time to go over the ones that we just received would be appreciated.
Chair,
how
would
much
it
time?
be okay at this time to go with Member Johnson's suggestion? Because Chair Lee described what her amendment is, or the purpose of her amendment. I thought her amendment was to amortize upon, did you
on the
say
sale of
that?
the unit, right, you said?
Okay. So if everyone with an amendment wanted to just read
Member Johnson, I think you said the
the
description, right?
That's the
description.
description. It's a paragraph. It summarizes your amendment. It's nice and good.
Okay.
Nice and clear.
So member
Move on. Let's get the ball
Hudgens is
rolling.
ready, and then we'll go to Mr. Cook, and then,
I'll do mine first because mine is probably the most simple one. So if we're going with yours, if we're going with the CD1 version, Chair, on section 19.12070, letter C, where it says the validity of existing timeshare units or timeshare plans are exempt from this section, to change that sentence to read, the validity existing timeshare units, timeshare plans, comma, uses permitted and operating within the terms of a variance or otherwise permitted by law are exempt from this section. So it's providing clarity that those that we already gave a variance to are allowed to continue to operate because we already said they could twice over by a variance. So again, it's just providing clarity because the language is already there.
okay, thank
That
you.
is it for me.
Okay.
Is that given to us in writing? Not yet.
It wasn't, but it's like 7 letters. And only because it depended on which one we passed. Because as I was talking to Nohulu yesterday, you know what, I'll save my thoughts for later. Because I'll be honest, yesterday was quite disappointing, and I will share how disappointed I am, but I'll save that for later.
Thank you. Mr. Cook? Oh, Mr. Johnson, do you have okay.
I have an amendment that I think is simpler than her amendment.
Okay, when we get to you, could you just rattle that off? Maybe staff can pick it up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Member Cook?
Yeah, just a description. Okay, you don't like me like putting you out and talk all day. Okay, this amendment would exclude from the TVR phase-out units that are located in defined resort areas or in defined shoreline areas that have the received county approvals for TVR use.
Yeah, the second one, Tom?
No, we just
Okay,
want you to read
description,
it.
the second one, this
Nobody's gonna
amendment adds subsections E and F to sections 19.12.070 Maui County Code to establish processes for zoning amendments and conditional permits for transient vacation rentals in apartment districts.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, then, okay. Although you didn't put one, go ahead, suggestion.
It's 3.
My amendment would say that whatever amount of years the phase out is, the phase out would take place on December 31st for tax assessment purposes for the following January 1st.
Okay, that seems like simple.
Okay.
Okay. So would
What
that
about
be a
yours?
friendly amendment, or does she actually have to write it in? It sounds simple enough.
I didn't write it, but.
I know, but that's why could it be a friendly amendment so that you don't have to?
Yeah,
Your discretion, Chair.
it was an audible.
Okay, thank you. Chair Lee? Or, okay.
Say it again?
No,
Okay.
no. Okay,
Chair?
okay, yes.
I just, I don't know which ones didn't get, we sent ours yesterday afternoon, and it was received confirmed by Corp Counsel, so I know it was just yesterday, but we did get it in yesterday, in the afternoon.
Can't hear
Can
you,
you
Tom.
repeat that? I think somebody on this side didn't hear you. Speaking to the mic. It's karaoke time, go ahead.
Thank you. You want me to repeat it because nobody heard it?
Yeah.
Okay, Alice, I said that our office sent our 2 in yesterday to Corp Counsel and was received, so I don't know if it just was too late or what. Might have been Alice. Oh, Alice is okay. See, I just thought it was me.
Okay, so they did get it then. Corp Counsel got it then.
Chair Kama, did you
Yes.
want to read your amendments into the
Yes, thank you
record?
very much. Okay, so these amendments acknowledge concerns with certain language in the preamble to my proposed CD1 version of the Bill 9, expressed in response to question 7 in the Planning Director's correspondence dated May 22nd, 2025, and are intended to alleviate those concerns. And that's what that is, one of them is. The second one is, this amendment would exempt 4 of the 5 properties identified in the Planning Director's correspondence dated May 22nd, 2025, which have a zoning or community plan designation that, in addition to their apartment zoning designation, includes another designation that would allow for hotel-type uses. That's a multi-zoning issue. And then the last one is, the amendment requires the Department of Housing to maintain 2 lists, one of county residents interested in purchasing apartment district properties affected by the amortization of transit vacation rental use, and another of county residents interested in renting those properties on a long-term residential basis. Owners of apartment district properties may work with the department to rent their properties out to those indicating interest. If no resident on the list demonstrates an ability to pay the monthly rent, the owner may use the property for transit vacation rental use through June 30th, 2032. So those are the three amendments. So, Corp Counsel, do you need more time?
That yesterday, you said you were gonna submit an amendment. No, not you. Sugimura.
You mean council member, right? So
Whatever
actually,
you go by.
I worked with, or it is included in Member Cook's in terms of the sea level rise concern.
So you don't have any
I'm not going to have another one, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's encompassed. But I can put another one in if you want.
Okay, are we good? Are we good? Okay. So, Corp Counsel, do you need more time? Let's have a recess until 9:50. with the HLU committee meeting of June 9th. Now, the recess meeting now reconvened. It is 9:56 a.m., July 24th, 2025. So members, we're going to start. Okay, now we're going to really start our day at 10 o'clock. So I will want to entertain a motion to recommend passage of Bill 9, 2025 on first reading, incorporating any non-substantive revisions.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So members, I also would like to entertain a motion to substitute Bill 9, 2025 with the proposed CD1 version attached to my amendment summary form posted on the agenda. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
apologies. Could you clarify the move on and the second for the main motion?
The move on was Member Hodgins, and the second, I thought I heard Member Rollins Fernandez. Okay, and the move on again was Member Hodgins, and the second was Member Cook. So at this time, members, I'd like to ask Corp Counsel what it is that, in reviewing our ASFs, that we need to go into exec session for, and the ones that we can just go ahead and do on the floor. Mr. Nahulu.
So after reviewing all the proposed amendments, the ones that we think that we can address in open session is the amendment proposed by Councilmember Hodgins. We think that that is fine. And the amendment proposed by Member Paulton, we did want to just clarify when she said for tax assessment purposes, did she mean for that to be the end date, or if that to be for the tax?
That December 31st would be of whatever year it is that we agree on, would be the end date of use as transient vacation rentals, so that when the tax assessment is done on January 1st, it would be reflected accurately.
Yeah, thank you. We just wanted to clarify that we're also fine with the amendment proposed. For the rest of the amendments, we'll probably need to discuss in executive session.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Member,
There's also a proposal from Chair Kama to add the word effectively and change HRS 46-4A to Act 17. I think those could also be taken up in open session. And then, Chair, did you want to do those before going into
I would like
executive
to,
session?
so when we come out fresh and clean.
Deputy Corp Counsel Nunokawa.
With the amendment from Chair Kama, there was just one section that we wanted to discuss in
Executive session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think I saw Mr. Johnson and then Ms. Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. So in order to speed this up a bit, is there any member who wrote an amendment that because we got to go to executive session might want to pull their amendment? Anybody? Anyone? Okay, not? All right, worth a shot. Thank you, Chair.
It is always worth the shot, Mr. Johnson. Okay, Member Paulton.
For discussion on the substitution, I just wanted to clarify what I'm reading, that it has been signed off by Nahulu, the substitution. So it's, that means that they think it's legal and defensible, right? Okay. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, so I think Member Hodgins, if you'd like to continue, and then I'm going to ask the question again about Member Paulton's amendment, I guess. I guess it is an amendment. So I guess you have to write one up? Or
Do we
can
want to do it both at the same time since they're kind of minor, just make one motion?
Well, mine one kind of depends on what year or time frame, because I'm not specifying a year. I mean, it would be 3 years, December 31st. I mean, you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yes,
So
yes.
it would need to wait, I guess, until we.
At the end?
Consensus on it.
Or Chair, it would just be an amendment to the month and the date, the number.
Yeah.
So then the year date, the year
Yeah.
number we
Yeah.
would just wait on that and
Yeah.
where we would place it
Okay.
when we decide on the final language.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Staff would just note if it's an amendment to the month only, then it would be 6 months shorter. If it's an amendment to the month and then the ensuing year, it would be 6 months longer.
Or is it not effective upon the phase out time, not affected upon second reading? Because right now it's July.
September, yeah.
Chair,
Yes.
my understanding is that because the proposal right now is July,
Yes.
that if we were to keep 2028, then either year, if we make it 2031, then it would be 6 months longer. If we keep it at 2030, as you propose in your ASF, then it would be 6 months shorter because it goes from July to December
Right.
31st.
My clarification is,
You want to get
It's-
it in before.
we would need to pass
tax deadline.
second reading, and I don't see us passing second reading in July, right? Or is it not
Oh, yeah,
contingent
it's too
on
late
the?
for second reading in July.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
So-
I'll hold off. That's
Okay,
the
okay.
purpose of my amendment, but I'll hold off until the body decides on the year.
Okay.
Because at that point, whenever
we'll
the
know.
year is, then we can insert December 31st of whatever year that is.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But that's my amendment,
Okay.
which I anticipate will have unanimous support.
I think you can anticipate that. Okay, Member Sinansi.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a clarifying question. Should we go into executive session, will the planning department also join us since some of the amendments apply to them?
Good question. Mr. Nahudo?
I think, at least to begin with, no, it's whoever's necessary. And if there's any questions that come up along the line, at that point, but for the original executive session, it should just be between the members and their attorneys and necessary staff.
Oh, okay, because I think it was in Member Cook's second one, it talks about developing the application and review process for properties. And so I don't know if that should, if we're going to be discussing that, I would like the department to weigh in.
I'm not sure what direction the conversation will go, but I think for the legal analysis, it should just be me, KT, necessary staff, and depending on how that conversation goes, the other questions likely could be addressed in open session, or if it's deemed necessary, planning could be brought in later to address those specific questions.
Okay, thank you.
Member Fulton?
I thought that was a good question. I would like to hear planning's comments, but if we're not moving forward with the amendments or because of whatever reason, then I wouldn't want to waste the time to hear their comment on amendment that we're not moving forward. So if we go into executive session and see which ones, if any, are gonna move forward, before we take any kind of more vote, I would like to hear planning's opinion. So I don't want to vote right as soon as we come out of executive session. I want to, if any of the amendments are moving forward, I just telegraphing that I would like to that time hear from planning their feedback as well as the administration.
Sounds good. Okay. Anything else, members?
Chair, would we
Yes.
like to begin with my amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
At least we have something.
Yep.
Let's do something since we're here.
Let's do it. I move to amend section 19.12.000, section C, to read, validly existing timeshare units, comma, timeshare plans, comma, uses permitted and operating within the terms of a variance, comma, or uses otherwise permitted by law, period.
Second.
Okay. Okay. It's been moved by Member Hodgins, and I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Member Rollins
Thank you.
Fernandez.
All those in favor of the motion?
Oh, discussion.
Discussion, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Absolutely. So in section 19.12070, section C, the new sentence to read, validly existing timeshare units, comma, timeshare plans, comma, uses permitted and operating within the terms of a variance, comma, or uses otherwise permitted by law, period. Oh, are exempt from this section. Thank you for making me reread that because I forgot that part.
Okay, I got it.
Discussion, Chair.
Yes.
Again, these are implied allowable uses from both Bill 9 that we got from the mayor and the CD1 version. These only apply to 3 potential properties that have already done their variance from the 1960s. And so we're just clarifying that those are not going to be affected by this bill, as it's, again, already generally implied, but this makes it explicit.
Right. Yes,
Are we including non-substantive changes for form and legality?
This is the language provided to me from Nahulu.
Okay. The other question I had for discussion is this language wouldn't preclude a council-initiated change in zoning?
I don't think so. These are already the ones that have a existing variant. So, which I guess, as I learned yesterday, and Nahulu can elaborate, that back in the 60s, we allowed variances on zoning, which we don't do anymore. We allow variances on uses. So this is like a super vintage situation.
So my follow-up would be for the planning department. Would it be preferable to allow a vintage variance to remain on the books, or would it be something that you would prefer gets cleaned up through possibly a council-initiated change in zoning so that we don't always have to point to like a 1960s variance? I think Kahana Sunset might have had that as well.
Oh.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for the question. So certainly cleaning up through change in zoning is always preferable, but this is also fine. It's not a bad thing. Those variances are on the books, and we will know about them if anything comes up, so it's fine.
Okay, just, are we aware if Kahana Sunset is one of the 3 that you've identified?
So far, on the, I want to say older Minatoya list that was on planning's website, as of, I think, last year sometime, it only listed Kuau Plaza and Mahina Surf. And then yesterday, Ms. Regal gave me the information from the state that you shared as well for Ka'anapali Hale or whatever it's,
Maui Kanapali Villas.
yeah, something of the sort. So I'm unaware if that applies to them as well. The reason why we're not listing those 3 particular parcels, even though we're discussing it, is if in case exactly that. If there's another one. So the letters for Kua'au Plaza was from 1966 and like 1997. And when I asked Nahulu last week if there's any other ones, they had difficulties procuring this information from either planning or our own records. So luckily for Kua'au Plaza, they already had it. Same for Ka'anapali Villas, whatever, Miss Rego had it. And Mahina Surf was on that list. So I don't have the letters related to Mahina Surf, but it was recognized that they had a variance on planning's website up until about last year. And then when we received Bill 9, that list had changed and an entire section of why they were allowed to operate was removed from the list.
I just had a further question as well. I'm not sure about the variance. It was something with the Yabuis, but with the variance that allows to continue the short-term rental use for Kahana Sunset in particular, some of the buildings are condemned because they're falling into the ocean. So I guess my question is, does the variance allow for like rebuilding, expansion, and like those other types of things that were previously said? Like,
I don't think so, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Typically, the variance is for that specific allowed use and that specific allowed zoning, but that wouldn't expedite their building process, and that they would still be required to go through all of those processes, which right now, as you described, would be probably extremely difficult. So like Kua'au Plaza, for instance, is not next to the ocean like that one, but they would still need to, whatever, like they just redid their plumbing. So they still need to do permitting, they still need to do all of that, but their use is allowed.
so with a variance, if Kahana Sunset has a variance and the building that is condemned, what happens?
So it's hard to answer the question without the actual variance that was granted. Just sort of generally, each variance is unique and is explicit in what the conditions are. So without having what conditions were allowed, it's hard to give a good analysis. That's why there's sort of addressed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and you guys aren't aware of Kahana Sunset having no variance?
Mahalo for your question. So I am aware that Kahana Sunset has a variance for something, for a couple different things, but I don't have it in front of me. So like Nahulu said, it's difficult to say. And so the language that's being proposed would allow for that flexibility.
Whatever the variance.
Whatever the variance says.
Okay, thank you.
I think I saw Member Rollins Fernandez, and then Member Sugimura, and then Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so variances are case by case, and the terms are specific to that specific variance. For Kua'au, I'm reading page 3 of the document on Granicus, and it says it is clear that the hotel uses can legally continue under the variance. However, there's a question of whether the owner of the majority of parcels can engage in further development of structures under the variance. I've only gotten to page 3, so I don't know if it's answered, which leads into my question of, would we have to go into each variance to see what was allowed and for what length of time? Do variances generally last forever, or do they come with expirations or termination clauses?
So with this one, it's not generally because each one's so unique. Sometimes they will have termination expiration clauses, but if they don't, then they normally continue until they're terminated by some legal manner.
And then, I don't know if this would be for closed session, but under HRS 46-4A, County Zoning Authority, is variances included in what counties are authorized to phase out? Or is it only zoning?
I think that there's some nuance that should be discussed in executive session.
Okay, mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Fine. Okay, I think Member Sugimura is next, and then Mr. Sinensi following.
Thank you. I support this. I just wanted to be sure that planning is okay, and what if we find more, just in this discussion now we have, Kahana included. So is there a whole list of other properties that we should say now?
Good.
Mahalo, Chair. So just to be very clear, Kahana Sunset zoning is R3, so this is not relevant for them. So it's the way that the amendment is written, it would cover all manner of variances that are applicable to this. So there's no need to pick out specific ones.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Member Sinensi.
It's just a clarity question, Director. So in order for these properties to receive the variance, they would have had to meet all the conditions to receive the variance.
Yes, and keep in mind that the code has changed over time, so the conditions that were in place in 1970 might be different than they were in 1985, and so on and so forth. So they, in order to get a variance, they would have had to met those conditions to the satisfaction of the body making the decision.
Okay, all right. Oh, I wasn't born yet. Thank you.
Any other discussion, members? Okay, I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. All opposed, seeing none, the vote's 9-0 in favor. Thank you. Okay, so, so let me read out our notes for going to exec session. The chair will now entertain a motion to convene an executive session in accordance with Section 92-5, Parent A, Parent 4 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the powers, duties, and privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county, the council, and the committee.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Member Sugimura and second by Chair Lee. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, say no.
Aye.
Aye.
I see 9. Okay, thank you. Okay. So for the record, the following personnel will be attending the executive session meeting. All the council members in attendance, myself, Committee Chair Tasha Kama, Committee Vice Chair Nohelani U'u-Hodgins, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, Councilmember Alice Lee, Councilmember Tamara Paulton, Councilmember County Rollins Fernandez, Councilmember Shane Sinensi, Councilmember Yukile Sugimura. Our office council staff, Carla Nakata, our legislative attorney, and Jennifer Yamashita, our committee secretary. So I'd like to ask the Corp Counsel, Mr. Nahulu, to state who from the department or the administration will be in exec session and the titles, please.
The members of Corporation Council here today, Deputy Kristen Tarnstrom, and myself, Deputy Nahulu Nunokawa, and that is all.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes,
I believe Director Rotz will also be joining us in executive
yes,
meeting.
I just got the notice. And David Rotz will be in exec session with us. It was going so well, Member Paulton. Okay. So, members, I'd like to be able to recess this meeting and reconvene in exec session. And I'm going to give you guys your break now, so you can go do whatever you do on your breaks. And then let's reconvene an exec session at 10:40. Is that good? No, we need your blood here. We need your blood here. Don't go giving it away. So we're now in recess until 10:40, and we'll meet in exec session. the HLU committee recess meeting of June 9th, 2025, now come to order. It is now 2:34 p.m. on July 25th, 2025.
24?
It's the 24th, or the 24th. It's July 24th, 2025.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you all for being here in the chambers. Thank you all, my colleagues, for working so hard. Thank you to all of our resources for being here over a period of 2 days. Thank you to our Corp Council members who have been here and giving us their expert advice. Thank you to our entire team, the HLU team. Appreciate all the time and effort and hard work it went into doing all of our amendments. And so today we've come to the conclusion of all of those, seems like months, but I know it's only been weeks of hard work. And so now the chair's hope today, and it's the hope of glory, that we're having a hard out stop at 4:30 and that we'll come to a conclusion and a vote before 4:30 this afternoon. So let's get to work, members, and thank you all in advance. Okay, so I think I want to begin with the amendments, so if that's okay. But, so, Mr. Cook, you want to start with your, yes?
Real quick, Chair. I think we, after executive session, we do a summary. Did we do that one? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You are so correct, sorry. I just wanted to hurry up and
I was
get
paying
to the
attention, Chair.
vote. I know.
I know you was testing us.
Yes. Okay, so, Ms. Carla, you took the notes, right? So could you please tell us what we did in exec session today without giving all the secrets away?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, your committee met in an executive meeting pursuant to Section 92.5A4 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. This quick summary is just pursuant to Section 92.4B, which requires a report once you reconvene an open meeting. Your committee met with the Department of the Corporation Counsel to discuss the county and the council's rights and liabilities as it relates to Bill 9, as well as proposed amendments to Bill 9. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nakato. So as I said earlier, a lot of hard work and effort went into trying to make this bill as good as we could make it. It didn't come to us well done, but it did come to us in a shape and manner in which I think that we worked hard enough on so that it is something that we can all congratulate ourselves on. But before we begin, I think I want to start with the Planning Director. We have before you all, we started out this morning, I think, with 8 or 9 amendments. And through our discussions, we have now only 3 amendments before us. Thank you for all the hard work that went on. And therefore, I think I'd like to ask Planning her comments on Mr. Cook's 2 amendments.
Mahalo, Chair. And
I think we should put the amendments on the floor, right? Yeah. So why don't we start with one, whichever one you want to start with, Mr. Cook. Let us
Chair,
know which one it is. Yes.
Did you want to start with your proposal?
No, one start with Mr. Cook's.
Okay.
Okay, I move to amend section 4. This is,
Are we having her opinion first, or are we making the motion now?
I don't know, I'm asking Chair. Chair, your preference? Should I identify which amendment?
Yes.
25, ASF 25-168A. And the other one is 25-168B. That's the 2.
Okay.
And there are some modifications to it.
Okay.
There are some modifications to it. Okay, is that better? Okay. So you have the two amendments, and there's a little bit of changes in it, but your comments? Pardon?
You have to make a motion.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the change is 168A. The motion was to move to amend Section 4, HLU Committee Chair Thomas proposed CD1 version of Bill 9, 2025 by adding subsections E, F, G, and H to Section 19.12.070 Maui County Code to read as follows with the language to be inserted and highlighted. So I'll tell you what the changes are. In E, you want me to read it or you have that? The E, the planning director must,
Were there additional changes on top of the ones that were
yeah,
submitted?
so E, F.
I have that one.
Okay, so we struck G. And
okay.
it's
Great.
basically, actually, we have G, but it's simply West Maui Transit Vacation Rental phase out, it'd be 3 years.
I'll do it after.
Pardon?
I'll do it after.
Okay, she'll do it afterwards. So we struck G.
Okay.
He didn't make a motion. He was asking for the feedback from planning department.
I'm trying to get in the groove here, but
Just for, if I may.
Yes.
Okay, so just for purposes of clarity, I apologize. I know you all have been together for a while, but I'm just getting back to it. So, thank you so much. So you just want our comments on E and F. And I would love to have the grace to be able to pass it to Greg if he has additional comments as well, if that's okay. So I think overall for both E and F, our concern is that this doesn't really belong in the code. One thing that is important to note is that as we're doing the Title 19 rewrite, we're finding a bunch of things like this that we're gonna have to come to you to have removed. And so I think that's our most important thing, and legal would probably know the best way to deal with those things. So that's the overarching comment. We had a question about whether or not something and I apologize that there may be a little dialogue, if that's okay, understanding what so they certainly can go through so for E, I'll just talk about E first. For E, I don't know how much more we can streamline the process than we already have. And so that's important to note that we have the process by which the council can initiate items. I can initiate items, the administration general can initiate items.
Excuse me, Chair. Could we ask her to read E so the audience
Oh, certainly.
Can, yeah.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it, or I'll read it?
You can read it.
So E says, the planning director must, by December 31st, 2025, number one, develop and implement a streamlined application and review process for properties operating as transient vacation rentals in apartment districts that seek a change in zoning to hotel district, the BR Resort Commercial District, or another visitor-oriented zoning district. Provide clear, comprehensive, and accessible guidance to property owners affected by this section. This guidance must include a step-by-step description of requirements, procedures, and timelines for submitting change in zoning applications and information about consistency with the applicable community plan designation. And 3, prioritize the review of qualifying change in zoning applications. The department must allow applicants a reasonable opportunity to complete the change in zoning process within the amortization period if the proposed zoning district is consistent with the property's community plan designation. So if I may, I'll stop there and then I'll read the next one before I speak to that. So for that, my concern is that we have streamlined the process as much as we possibly can. I'm not sure what else we could do aside from cutting the planning commission or council out of the process entirely. Because, and I'm not being facetious, like that's really where things kind of get bound up because you have only so much time to do it, and the planning commission's the same way with a lot of competing priorities. So I don't think, you can put this in here, but I don't know how much it's going to change how we do business. Providing clear and comprehensive accessible guidance, we are always going to keep trying to improve on that area. But I don't know that this is going to force us to do that any more than we're constantly trying to improve on that area. And then I want to just speak to a word about prioritization, because the planning department gets asked to prioritize things over other things all of the time, and pretty much everything is a priority right now, which is a little panic-inducing when I also have to rewrite an entire zoning code. So I wanted to say that part out loud. So that's all I have to say. Greg, did I miss anything on E? Okay. On F, I'll read that one aloud. A property owner of a transient vacation rental unit operating lawfully in an apartment district before July 1, 2025 may apply for a conditional permit under Chapter 19.40 to allow continued transient vacation rental uses if the owner does not qualify for a change in zoning under subsection E. To be eligible, the proposed must, 1, be consistent with the applicable community plan designation, 2, involve a property that is in compliance with all state and county taxes, licenses, and permits, 3, comply with all applicable development standards and operating conditions set by ordinance or as part of the conditional permit, and 4, be applied for by December 31st, 2026. Approval of a conditional permit under this subsection is not guaranteed. Each application for an initial conditional permit is subject to council approval, and application may be granted with conditions. So I'm going to talk, but I also think Greg should weigh in on this one. But my biggest concern is we were racking our brains on what would not qualify for a change in zoning. So the thing that would disqualify something for a change in zoning most commonly is the inconsistency with the community plan designation, right? And then item 1 is be consistent with the applicable community plan designation in this. So we're creating a vortex of confusion here. So I don't know that this is, I just don't think it's an appropriate way to go about it. And if I can, I'd like Greg to weigh in, because he's thought about this a lot too.
Thank you, Kate. I think the only thing, the additional that I would add is the aspect of the conditional permit process, that we already have the conditional permit process. So I'm not sure why we need to add it into this section. I would think a property owner already has the ability to apply for a conditional permit process. Whether or not the code amendment is approved or not, they still have that opportunity. And within the conditional permit process, within Chapter 19.40, there's already actually criteria in which the Planning Commission would evaluate and the council would evaluate whether approval of a conditional permit should be approved or not. So I think there's already that process. So I'm not sure that it's necessary to have that here.
Chair, if I may?
Yes, Mr. Cook.
Thank you for that. Recognizing and hearing that and having spoke to you before, the intent and purpose of this obviously is to be able to give the people who are going through this transition a roadmap, 1, and an assurance, 2, that when we say there's a path forward for them to continue, because they have a 3-year or 5-year time, depending on, that they can actually do it and it's functioning. If it's feedback, if it's a council-initiated change of zoning, in Kihei, we have the Kihei Community Plan coming up, which we have a unique opportunity to potentially work with every planning and everybody to work it out. And then 3, as far as the labor aspect, if this could potentially be contracted out by the planning department under your guidance, because it is a chunk of work. So my supporting encouragement is with those 3 things, and it doesn't have to be in here. What I do need is it to be able to honestly convey to the public who are experiencing this transition that we have thought about it, we understand it, and that we're sincere and it's genuine. The fact that the council is, I can't say for everybody, the council is pretty much supportive of doing a council-initiated zoning change, which would take work off for everybody. So what's your response to that? Do you have a way that we could finesse this, that it's not necessarily in this particular bill, but we have, a companion bill, some other way that this isn't lost and it is honored?
So nothing is guaranteed, obviously. But what I could say is that I think there is an opportunity for the administration and the council to work more closely together on this particular subject, those that seem logically hotel, if we could identify them collectively as a group and then put forward a group amendment for all of the ones that make the most sense, that's a possibility, but not at this time, not in this bill, with time and thought. That would be my comment.
That's kind of my next amendment. So Chair, I don't really know where to go. I understand not wanting to put it in, but I need some assurances. My colleague have a comment?
Yes.
I do, thank you. Member Cook, if I understand your intention, and I don't disagree with planning, that this might not be the most appropriate place to create a streamlined process. Not that I don't disagree that the process can be streamlined by probably similar to what you just said. My suggestion, if you're open to it, if it's open to the body, is remove F completely, because there's conditional permits already kind of done in a different section, and then change E into D4 and just simply say develop and implement a streamlined application and review process for a change in zoning. And this goes back to what I was alluding at yesterday in creating a TIG to do exactly this, to work with you folks to figure out the places that make the most sense on how we can make this the most sense. I wish we would have done it earlier, but I guess we can do it now, the TIG, and figure out how this process can work. Because instead of just allowing the apartment zone districts to streamline the application process for hotel, I would rather see it applied for everyone, not from hotel to, or apartment to hotel, but just to streamline the application process if they wanted a change in zoning. That's what I would like to see, and I think that perhaps gathers your intent. Are you folks open to something similar?
I'm not entirely certain on the language just yet, but I wanted to understand a little bit. The planning department is happy to participate in a conversation within the administration with you guys as part of a TIG to talk about ways to streamline this process. Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, thank you so much. The TIG is actually not only to streamline this process, but to discuss all the ancillary bills required, all the sibling bills required for Bill 9.
Certainly. Yeah, we would be happy to participate that and would love to have other members of the administration participate as well.
Member Cook, does that satisfy your intent to streamline the application process without maybe so much detail in this section of the code?
It does. If Chair, if I may address
Yes.
Ms. Abraham. Thank you, Locks. So you've heard the discussion. Do you feel that the administration would be receptive to working with the council on this if we do a TIG and serve it up? Is the administration's intent with the bill to allow people who are currently doing transient vacation rentals in areas that to be deemed somewhat separate, or give everybody an opportunity if they want to rezone, they can? So that's the purpose of this. If I could get somewhat of a commitment from the administration's willingness, the mayor spoke about that, then it doesn't have to be in here. I just need to be able to convey to the public that we're genuine in that intent.
Councilmember Cook, thank you for the question, and certainly we are completely open to having that conversation and working with the council to find a path forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
Given that, I'm receptive.
okay. So Member Cook, I can't remember, I don't think you made a motion for this. Maybe it would be a good time to make the motion, get it seconded, and then we'll just vote and then take your next amendment. Okay, that's okay.
Was he gonna let Member Rollins Fernandez do the G portion of this?
Oh, that's right, sorry. Go ahead.
Chair, would you like me to explain it and then Member Cook do the motion?
Yeah.
Altogether? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. In on page 4 of your ASF CD1 version of the bill. Section 19.12.070, subsection B, 1, would read, let me see. The uses may continue until the amortization period ends on December 31st, 2028 in the West Maui Community Plan area as it is defined on the date of this ordinance, and on December 31st, 2030 for all remaining areas in the county. And 2, the uses will no longer be permitted or allowed as legally existing non-conforming uses and must cease on January 1st, 2029.
Must cease on December 31st, 2029 for the assessment on January 1st.
Yeah, that was section 1.
Oh, okay.
It must, it can continue till then, and then, right?
Sorry.
Okay, I'm just checking, because that's a good question. Okay.
ahead.
Okay, okay, must cease on January 1st for the assessment, on January 1st, 2029, in the West Maui Community Plan area as it is defined on the date of this ordinance, and January 1st, 2031 for all remaining areas in the county.
Thank you.
So moved.
Go ahead.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved, it's been moved and seconded.
So
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion for my, I did. Did we get second?
Remember?
We never
County
did motion in a
Rollins did.
second. We had a bunch of discussion.
Okay,
Oh,
should we just do mine first then? Separately? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So moved.
Second. Discussion.
okay, good discussion.
Okay, so the reason why we want to do West Maui first, there's pretty much 4 specific reasons. The first is the fire removed a lot of our housing inventory. The second is that West Maui, on top of that, is unique in that many people who lived and worked in West Maui, with the traffic situation now, frequent, if there's a fire, if there's a car accident, may be sitting in traffic commute for 4+ hours daily. The third is that it's very challenging to create new housing in West Maui until CWRM has gone through their designation process. And the fourth
Isolation.
was that it's isolate. I said the fire was the first one.
Yeah, isolation was the last, I think.
Isolation. Sorry, we couldn't take notes in executive session.
I told you, Gabe, help her remember. No, go ahead. But it was isolation, the fourth one.
Isolation.
Yeah.
So traffic, I think I combined traffic and the frequent road closures maybe, and king tides, monk seals, rainbows, rain, all of those contribute to the quality of life. And many people want to return to West Maui and can't yet. So that's the reason for the expedited. Also that the temporary permits, where a lot of people are living in temporary housing,
With FEMA.
will be expiring soon. So those are the special reasons why we wanted to expedite West Maui as opposed to the rest of the areas, because that's where people want to return to because they got displaced.
Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I would support that amendment, and I would also add to the point of the Maui Planning Commission recommending West Maui be a shorter time period as opposed to the rest of the island. So
Yep, thank
it
you.
follows along with what the planning
Planning
commissions were
Commission.
advising.
Thank you. Yes, Member Lee?
Chair, I just wanted to remind the members that if you can't think of everything that you may have thought about during executive session, we still have first reading if you want to augment your arguments later, for the record. Thank you.
Oh, good.
In respect to speeding up the process, Chairly, I will hold much of my comments. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Oh, Member Uguhatan?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be supporting this as well. Another reason that maybe Member Paulton forgot was that we have seaworm issues out in Lahaina, and so it's very difficult to get, I'll wait for his cough, new water permits, and these are existing water permits. So this allows people to find a home quickly without having to deal with seaworm.
Yep.
I think that was it too that we discussed.
I think I saw Member Sinensi's hand.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also supportive. I did want to also share the mayor's presentation that also stated that it would take 73 years to build out 2,200 residential homes in Lahaina, and that only 4 out of every 10 homes being built in Lahaina are for local families, Chair.
Thank you. Member Seymour?
Thank you. I support this. I did check with FEMA because we've been hearing their name throughout the discussions, and FEMA said that right now they will have their temporary housing, and their commitment through the state of Hawaii request right now is February 10th, 2026, but they are looking at extending it to another year, which is now in review with the state of Hawaii with FEMA for West Maui. So more so, there's some deadlines coming up, and thank God it's not just next year, and I think they're looking at it, extending it another year. So I support housing, and West Maui is definitely critical.
So that's why I think that I'm glad that we take a proactive role in what we're doing to move things forward. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I support this motion, of course. And just to elaborate, so CWRM, the Commission on Water Resource Management, now has to go through the ground and surface water designation in reviewing all the water use permits, and that has already been taking, almost 2 years. And there's to even get to the point of getting started. And so it's really created a lot of barriers, and some of the barriers that Member Paulton talked about on the roadways often make the West Maui area feel like its own island, which isolates the community when the only roadways in and out are not traversable. And with the temporary housing built on Crown lands, which we have committed to DHHL, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, that within, in that 5 years, the Crown lands would be conveyed to the DHHL Trust. And finally, we've heard again and again from testifiers from our community that this is where the greatest need is. And we want to support our community. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I'd like to call for the vote. Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I only see 9 ayes. I see no noes. Okay, thank you. So this is for G. Member Cook, for your motion.
Well, I guess I'm still trying to work with the word, so please provide suggestions if necessary. If we should keep E and just go with the planning director must, and of course, I've already mentioned the TIG, but it falls on collectively us, but on paper you. The planning director must develop and implement a streamlined application and review process for a change of zoning. Does that work? For E. And I'm a bit hesitant on implement, and maybe we should stick with develop, but up to you folks. But that's the gist. And then we can discuss what what language we need specifically and go from there.
Mahalo. Can I just clarify, and Greg crossed it out, but I think I want to clarify by no date certain, so in the current, okay, great. So it would say the planning director must,
Develop.
number one. Yeah, so as a person who enforces regulations to an extent, I want to understand. So first of all, I don't think it belongs in code, so that's important to say. So I leave it to the lawyers to figure out where that lives. But it's a good goal to have. I mean, it's a good thing for us to work towards together. I would love, if we're going to do this, though, it would be wonderful to have some reference to the fact that this is a joint effort between the council and the administration, and not just make it the planning director's responsibility to do it. But mostly because I think if you're going to do it, we should say it the way you're describing it, which is that it's a collaborative effort. Those would be my thoughts.
I hear you. Corp Counsel, do we have suggested language you want to use to show collaboration and the intent of creating a streamlined process with council, with planning director, and with probably you folks as well? Yeah. This will be addressed in the TIG.
Chair,
Yes.
wouldn't the intent be described in the purpose of the ordinance, but not in the code? So if you want to check the purpose of a code item, you go to the ordinance where it has all the intent, the legislative intent.
Shucks, I'm sorry. Member Senencio is asking a question, so I didn't hear you.
The recommendation was to be in section 1, the
Section
purpose
1.
and intent.
Cool.
In the purpose.
I'm not married to where it goes, so long as Member Cook's intent and the intent is in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that aligns with what we were thinking as well, that section 1 would be the best place since it's a stated intent. And yeah, sure.
Perfect. What is it going to say?
I just quickly drafted some proposed language. It says, with the help of Ms. Blystone, in collaboration with the county council, the planning director must develop and implement a streamlined application and review process for change in zoning applications in general, or do you want to make it specific to this?
I would like it to just be general.
Okay. So then I would just say a change in zoning applications, period.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So that's the language, right? Okay. So, any
Section 1.
discussion? No? Okay.
Member Hadjins moved and I seconded.
Yes. So, no discussion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. There's no noes. Motion passes. Okay. So that, did it get rid of, did that suffice your first amendment, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
We're good? Okay. Your second amendment, Mr. Cook?
Second Amendment, ASF 168B, the description. Should I make a motion first?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Chair. We were amending E. What about F? You 86, you crossed it out? Okay, thank you so much. I just want to double check on that.
She is
Yes,
Thank you so
fine.
much.
Yeah.
Don't want to stop the ball rolling, keep going.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
Do you want me to make a motion? Or
Yes.
do you want us to have, okay.
Yeah,
Make
let's
a
do the
motion, move to amend HLU Committee Chair, comments proposed, CD1 version, Bill 9, 2025, by 1, amending Section 4 to exclude the following from the TVR phase out, the following types of units: those located in the defined resort areas, those located in the defined shoreline, sea level rise areas of significant, very significant, and full, And 2, replacing section 1 with a new content to add the findings that explain and support these exclusions.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Cook?
This amendment would exclude from the TVR phase-out units that are located in defined resort areas or defined shoreline areas or that have received the county, and then we cancel, shoreline areas. If my amendment is approved, the new section 1 would read as shown below in the highlighted text, and section 4 would be amended as shown in the highlighted text.
Chair, can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
I think something with the sound, either OCS turned us down during, but something's going on where not many people are hearing.
Okay. Well, I of all people, really want to be heard.
I know, maybe.
Okay.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate
Share your
that.
voice, Councilmember.
Should I repeat that?
Share your voice.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to start again. This amendment would exclude from TVR phase-out units that are located in the defined resort areas or in the defined shoreline areas or that, okay. The motion is to amend HLU Committee Chair's comments proposed CD1 version of Bill 9, 2025 by 1, amending Section 4 to exclude the following from the TVR phase-out, the following types of units. Those located in the defined resort areas, those located in the defined shoreline sea level rise areas labeled as significant, very significant, and full. Replace Section 1 with a new content to add findings that explain and support these exclusions. If my amendment is approved, the new Section 1 would read as shown below in the highlighted text in Section 4 and would be amended as shown in the highlighted text.
That's your motion.
Yes.
That was your motion. Okay.
Second.
And-
I did second it.
Member Seymour seconded. Discussion?
Would the members like me to read the highlighted text?
Member,
I guess my question is, what you said doesn't 100% mirror what was written. In that C wasn't read, so I'm assuming C is off the table, right? Okay, and then full, very significant, and significant was added. So,
Correct, for clarification.
so does that change anything in the yellow?
No.
Oh, okay. We can do it again like last time and ask Ms. Blystone to read it and comment, because that seemed to work well.
I'm in agreement.
You want my dulcet tones. Okay, so I won't read, if it's all right with the body, I won't read the first part, yeah, section 1. I'll just focus on page 4, starting at 2. Is that correct? Okay. So I'm going to go through this by letter,
okay.
if that's okay. So I'll go to A and read all the way through A, little I, and then go to B. Okay, so the property was listed on the list of apartment district properties allowed to be used for short-term occupancy dated June 27, 2024, and attached to this ordinance and meets one or more of the following criteria. A, resort area properties. The property is situated within one of the established resort areas. Little I, Wailea Resort Area. Properties located Makai of Pi'ilani Highway, south of Kilohana Drive, and north of Kaukahi Street. Little I, Ka'anapali Resort Area. Properties located Makai of Honoa Pi'ilani Highway and lower Honoa Pi'ilani Road, south of Honokovai Beach Park and north of Hanako'o Beach Park. Kapalua Resort Area. Properties located Makai of Honoa Pi'ilani Highway, north of Na'apili Park, Maiha Street, Hui Road F, and Hono Ke'ana Bay. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mahalo. And west of DT Fleming Beach Park. So I'll start with that one first, and then if that's all right.
I apologize because HANA has been eliminated, which is
HANA is B.
which is B.
Yes.
No,
We're
you're
not there yet.
but I'm just letting you know. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So it identifies 3 resort areas, and I think the word established is interesting here. I mentioned to Councilmember Cook in a sidebar at one point that one of the places where, where short-term vacation rentals are working outright is places like Kauai, where they have identified clear resort boundaries and do not do any short-term rental outside of those resort boundaries. So that might be where this is coming from a little bit, and I apologize for that. Because those resort boundaries were defined, and I'm speaking a little bit from a little bit of ignorance, but my understanding is those were defined in coordination with the community over a period of time, not just in a meeting like this. So I think I may be leading up to the answer, which is I don't think this is a good idea. I think that the community should be consulted to establish what they think are these resort areas and put really rigid boundaries around those resort areas. So I don't think from the planning department's perspective, that's a great idea. Also, these are a little nebulous too. I'm not sure, I would feel more comfortable if there was a map attached to it where I could really, really see it. Because during the West Maui Community Plan process, the long range division of which I was a part spent hours thinking about each one of these parcels. So I just want to, I'm uncomfortable with just the words. That's all I'll say there, if that's all right.
I'd like to interrupt for a few moments, Kate, if I may, that signs that you're holding is a breach of decorum, so if you could please lower them, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Undermining the whole bill is a breach of decorum, isn't it, Mr. Cook?
If we have another outburst from you, we're going to have you removed from the gallery. I'm sorry, Kate, you may continue.
Mahalo, Chair. So on to B, unless there's questions about things that I've said. So B. Oh, there's no B.
Yeah, no B.
Crossing out
no
B.
No B, no C.
Raja. No C. Oh, great, even better. Yeah, we're already done with that. Awesome, well done, everybody. Okay, so D then. Properties for which any portion of the lot is makai of either the erosion hazard line as mapped by the shoreline rules adopted by the applicable planning commission, or if no erosion hazard line has been mapped, the shoreline setback line established by the applicable planning commission shoreline rules. Again, I think this is a great discussion for that TIG that's going to be set up. A deeper dive into what these lines do and what happens when the line passes through the middle of a property. Does that mean that anything makai of that line is out, but anything malka of that is in? I think we have a deeper conversation to have on this subject, so I would recommend not proceeding with this amendment. Council member, mahalo for your opportunity to speak.
Yeah. So regarding to the resort area description, the planning department did call 5 properties or so. The planning commission recommended some of the properties in Kapalua, Kanapali rather, and McKenna. Man, I don't know what's up, besides having a cold. Okay, the planning commission had some properties in McKenna and Kanapali that they recommend excluded. Can you hear me now?
Is somebody behind me? No. I thought that's the only way I can hold up a sign if I'm blocking somebody's view. Nobody behind me. Ah. We disagree, so.
Chair, your mic.
This is the proceedings of the council, and the council is going to proceed as we can. So therefore, we're going to continue our meetings, and I'd ask that you all not interrupt, because if you interrupt, then I'll have to ask you to leave. But we are still in our meeting, and I'd ask you to respect that. Thank you. Okay, Mr.
Chair,
Cook.
real quick. We have a hard stop at 4:30.
Yes.
And there's just a couple more amendments, and if we can, get there to the final vote on the main motion as amended, then we can complete this work today. Mahalo, Chair.
Absolutely. I'm very clear about that, Ms. Rollins Fernandez, but I'm not going to tolerate disruptions. I'm not going to tolerate sign holding. With you members have a right to speak what you want to speak without having all of this stuff surrounding you. And I don't want that to sway you or intimidate you in any way or form. So that's all I'm saying. So, Mr. Cook, if you'd like to continue, please.
Well, Chair, thank you for helping to enforce decorum and asking the public to please be patient and listen with us because we're doing our best, and I think we're going to get the job done soon. I apologize if I'm not speaking up clearly. I'm just having a hard time. I've had bad cold, tired of eating cough drops. I got water. I couldn't pick this anymore unless I pick my teeth with it. So I'm doing my best. And I did lose my train of thought because of the interruption. So we were discussing the Wailea Kanapali properties that the Planning Commission noted that they, I don't know if they recommended or acknowledged because of their multiple zoning criteria. So those were some that shouldn't be any problem excluding, or how would you address that?
Mahalo for your question. So in our May 22nd transmittal, we highlighted those 5 properties. So they were Wailea Ekahi 1, Wailea Ekahi 3, Papakea, Hale Ka'anapali, and the Maui Eldorado. Right. So just for everyone's benefit. And in that, we identified that there was some conflicts between the zoning and the community plan designation. So for the last 3 that I mentioned, or the last 2 that I mentioned, they have community plan designations of resort hotel. Those are the only ones that do. But also I encourage the council to look at what we said. The commission could not come to a really clear recommendation for you on this subject matter, which is why I think the language we used in there was they can ask that you consider these properties. That is not very great guidance for you. But what I will say is I think it is, I think this, if you were going to take them up, you would take them up after passage of this bill, and maybe those are the first ones we look at for rezoning. And we could do that. That could be as part of the TIG that we're talking about. That's the first batch maybe that we send. But I want to dig in them more deeply with you because if you look at our analysis, it's not as cut and dried as look at the table. There is some nuance because the table's not exactly correct. So I think that we need to have a deeper conversation about those things. Thank you.
Yes, Member Johnson.
Chair, considering we heard from the department that they wouldn't recommend passing this amendment, I would hope Councilmember Cook would consider that, and maybe you could hold off and we move forward in it with the actual bill, working with them on the TIG. I'm there for it if that's the route you want to go, Councilmember Cook. But at this point, I'm struggling to support this amendment when they themselves won't support it.
If we can move, what's the timeline when we can move forward with the TIG?
We call for the vote.
That's on us.
Yeah, that's on us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and then Member Sinensi.
I have one question about item B that he was requesting for the Slerexa information, which, as discussed, like Member Paulton already had this in a previous bill a few years back. It does say, it's a little vague, but it says those located in defined shoreline areas. So he used specifically your language from your May 22nd letter, where it is significant, very significant, and full. That's what he was referencing. So I don't know, like you guys did that, and full is the entire properties in the exposure area. Very significant, something similar, and significant, he didn't necessarily touch, very minimal and minimal. Can I have your opinion on that? And again, like I'm happy to discuss this continuously in the TIG. I just wish we didn't have to do a TIG, but it is what it is.
Mahalo,
Yes.
mahalo for your question, council member. So I had an opportunity to talk a little bit with council member this morning about the origin of this. So this is within I don't know how many page letter, like an 11-page letter in response to council. And so we were pulling data from a lot of different places, and I am not confident, even though we put this out to you, and we caveat this as well, I think. Yes.
You said the mapping exercise could not determine exactly how many problems. So
Yeah, so
that's
it's
why we
very-
just kind of used your rough-ish language.
Yeah, and so I know you guys agree with me, so I'm going to say this very bluntly. Like, I don't think we should build this language, this part of the code on rough estimates of where things are. This is why you can see the discomfort in my face and my entire body when we talk about using that particular language to make law. And I understand we wanted to be responsive to your request, and so we wanted to give you a summary of what we thought, what we were looking at. So that's the story behind that.
That's fair.
Mahalo.
If we do our take sooner than later, can you please provide us accurate information?
Yes.
Obviously, we'll work together. It's not tomorrow, but I just to make the policy.
Absolutely, and we'll have scientists in the room to help us understand what that information actually means too. So it's not just the planning departments, it's kind of like a bigger lift where all of us are working together.
Sounds great.
Chair,
Yes, Member Cook.
can I have the planning director's perspective on including or not including these properties in this rezoning change? I've expressed my justification and rationale for not including these properties is if the intent is for us to provide of housing opportunities for our local residents, a variety of things. Do we want to, and in turn with that, eliminating a lot of the tax revenue and the funding that we're getting that's going to be paying for a lot of this stuff? These buildings in the potential managed retreat area strike me as ones not appropriate necessarily to turn into apartments and only be able to have people live in them and not be paying taxes if they're not local people. So I'm just trying to understand how we can not eliminate all of our income that we need to be paying for the things we want to do for our local people. And it just strikes me as short-sighted to just say like, oh, we're going to do all of these, even though these are in a hazard zone. So they're specifically located. I don't have a problem taking it out, but I just want to go on record that the intent of this, of my amendments, is to convey a clear, sincere message to all of the people who are going to be impacted by this, that it's not being taken lightly, that we have an awareness of how we're all interconnected, and that we are going to diligently move forward and not basically do what the county's been doing for years, right? Which is just 1 year to get a building permit for a house I could build in 90 days. So that's why I feel strongly I need to represent, and this is for everybody in line and everybody who wants a home, because if we craft this properly, that we'll be able to capture homes and we'll have money to subsidize rent, we'll be able to have money to buy places, but if we just eliminate it all, I don't see where the money's going to come from.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Member.
Recess.
You want to recess? Okay, it is now 3:27. Take a 10-minute recess to 10:37. HLU, 3:37. Sorry. Thank you. Will the HLU recess committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 now come to order? It is now 3:43 p.m., July 24th, 2025. I think we left off with Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Nothing like a little bit of water. So good. I did have a meaningful discussion with the administration and clarifying the point of eliminating my amendment because it doesn't fit in with the code factor of it, but emphasizing and getting some agreement that they can confirm, understanding that for the public to be able to have a pathway forward, to be able to change from their current apartment zoning to hotel zoning and have it be a genuine, sincere, not easy, but workable way. People are concerned that by not having this in the bill, it is going to eliminate their protection, not their protection, their opportunity to have a fair, equitable review of their property, where it is and what it's currently being used for, and for them to upzone it to hotel. Nobody wants to get in any litigation. A lot of people are afraid. A lot of people are being really negatively impacted by this. And so just if I could get a little encouragement from the administration that people will hear that they're heard, it would help. I just want to let the public know, we've worked diligently with Corp Counsel. We've worked diligently with each other. We've heard from Lahaina Strong. We've heard from the residents of Kihei. We've heard from the residents all over the island. And I know I've taken it to heart. I believe everybody else has taken it to heart. This is a big deal. And this is a major step. So that the challenge for the public, especially in my district, we're pulling the trigger today. And they want to find out what's coming out. So could you help me a little bit, Planning Director and Locks?
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. I'll just start off by saying that everything that we sit before you and say is genuine. Everything that we've mentioned, all the work that we've put into this bill, the intention behind this bill, it's completely genuine. So when we say to you that, we are here to work in tandem with the council, that is 100% genuine. We understand collectively from the administration's point of view that the only path forward for this bill is for us to work together to find a path forward. And we are 100% committed to doing that. We wouldn't even be here if that weren't the case, because we know moving forward, if we can't work together collectively, this bill won't survive without the needed work to take the next steps to push it forward. There's still much work to be done. This is just the first step, as we've said continuously, but the administration stands in support of working with the council to move this bill forward and to find a pathway, if the need presents itself, to allow property owners an opportunity to apply for rezoning.
Julie?
Thank you. I find this whole process kind of disappointing because we're not coming out with clean solutions. And one of, it's clear from the comments we've heard from the members themselves, where we have to have a TIG to work on the issues that were not covered in this bill. That shows you that what we received was a half-baked bill, and that still needs a lot of work. But at this point, we've had so many meetings, so much community input, that I'd hate to kick this can further down the road. And I'm happy to support what the majority wants, but I just want to express my disappointment in the way this whole thing evolved. We still haven't answered any of the questions having to do with the loss of revenues, nothing to replace it. And please don't talk about taxing somebody else to replace those funds. We need economic diversification. There isn't a hint of that here. And the over-reliance and the visitor industry continues. So I just wanted to let you know how I felt, that I do support all of you're doing, but there's so many pukas that still need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So back to Mr. Cook. So you have a motion on the floor. And your intent is to call for the question?
Yeah, let's call for the question for what I have on the floor.
I'd like an opportunity to, I didn't discuss. I will not be supporting this, so I would request a voice vote.
Okay.
That's what I meant. Roll call vote, based on what we heard on executive session, based on what we heard from the planning department, based on what Member Hajan said about the TIG. I don't think it's appropriate to put this in the bill. I'm all for working on a TIG. I'm all for developing criteria for parcels that should be rezoned, and these 5 have specifically been called out as the first 5 to do that deeper dive, but this is not the right place, and I think that we need to give our lawyers the strongest bill that we can so that they can do the best job to represent all of us.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Member Cook, can you repeat your motion? There was a lot of taking out of some of this. So can you just repeat what is in and repeat the motion?
Based on where we landed at, it might be cleaner to go with Member Kama's one, right?
The CD1 version.
This one with the 5 properties.
Correct.
Can we start from the beginning?
Beginning of what?
Well, we don't know what his motion is, number one.
That's why Mr. Johnson asked.
I'm not a happy camper. I'm very disappointed in the way this has all evolved. I'm doing the best I can for going forward. I felt very confident in what we have. The administration is not being supportive, which I respect because they have a job to do. I didn't get quite the endorsement and encouragement that I had asked for the community. Basically what I heard was like, this is a good bill, it's the best bill, just the bill, just what it is. And I won't support the bill, and I'm going to withdraw my proposals.
That's what I heard.
But I'm not supporting the bill
That's what I thought
the way
we
it
heard.
is.
Okay.
We thought we heard he withdrew it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying that. Can we move on to the next amendment if there is one, please?
Wow. Okay, so Mr. Cook, you're going to withdraw your amendment and then just vote no on the bill?
Yes.
Is that what you intend? Okay. Okay, so that disposes of Mr. Cook's 2 amendments that we talked about. And then I think I have one. The one I have is the one regarding the amendment that acknowledges concerns with certain language in the preamble to my proposed CD1 version of Bill 9, expressed in response to question 7 in the Planning Director's correspondence dated May 22nd, 2025, and are intended to alleviate these concerns. So first, the motion in section 1 of my proposed CD1 version of Bill 9 moves to amend the last sentence in the first paragraph to add the word effectively after the word exceptions, and the sentence would read as follows. Ordinance 1797's exceptions effectively allowed some multi-unit buildings in the apartment district to have transit vacation rentals as lawful non-conforming uses. And second, in section 1 of my proposed CD1 version of Bill 9, 2025, move to amend the second to the last paragraph to read as follows. As of May 3rd, 2024, subsection 46-4A, Act 17, Session Laws of Hawaii 2024 amended, Section 46-4. The Hawaii Revised Statutes provides that over a reasonable period of time, uses that allow transit accommodations may be phased out or amortized in any zoning district by zoning regulations as it relates to Section 46-4, Act 17, took effect on May 3rd, 2024. So at this time, I want to ask Court Counsel if she has language that may be able to be a lot more palatable, I guess, to this.
Thank you, Chair. I've worked out some language that I think reflects the intent of the chair. I'll just read it out. Okay. Section 46-4A, Hawaii Revised Statutes, authorizes the counties to amortize or phase out nonconforming uses in apartment districts over a reasonable period of time. Act 17, Session Laws of Hawaii 2024, amended Section 46-4, Hawaii Revised Statutes, to explicitly provide that transient accommodations may be phased out or amortized in any zoning district by county zoning regulations, and that transient accommodations are not a, quote, residential or agricultural, end quote, use under the statute.
So moved.
Second.
Wow, thank you. I was going to ask our planning director, since she was here and she hadn't seen this and I hadn't had a discussion with her, but if she would not like to do, that's fine too, but up to you, Kate. Oh,
We got
you.
2 thumbs up from the
Thank you.
planning director,
Okay,
Chair.
so it's moved by-
probably the best one we got so far.
Moved by Member Paulson, second by Member Rollins Fernandez. Discussion. I think we've had enough discussion, but what I'd like to say is this. I'd like to be able to, yes, Member Paulson? Okay, so we have a hard out at 4:30. I'm hoping that we all will get out here at 4:30 with the vote and everything that comes with that. Because, you know, we have these amendments to the amendment to the amendments. But again, I just want to reiterate to thank everyone for being here. The people in the galley, especially for the months and weeks, it seems, and hours spent here. I appreciate the support of many of you in helping to help your fellow members participate in a manner that's respectful. I thank you for that. I want to thank our members here for all their hard work, and I am totally looking forward to working so close that you're going to think I am on you know what. But because I think that's what's missing, and that's what has been missing all this time. And, you know I call the mayor and I go up to his office, and everybody else does too, but it'd be so nice if we could just do it all together at one time, or have these weekly meetings or something, that we can all meet and talk about these things that will bring us closer together, not only as the legislative branch or as the administrative branch, but also as a county. A county, we need to come together, and we haven't been together, and we all feel that. But that's not us. That's not who we are. So we need to get back to who we really are. People who love each other, who care about each other. And yeah, our passion sometimes escapes us, but we still have to be able to have that respect that we all know that we have one for another, and we all know we're taught. So saying that, my discussion, I have no discussion. Members, any other peoples have discussions? Yes, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate how even-keeled you've been through this entire process, which has not been easy. I do want to also express some of my frustration in dealing with Bill 9 as it relates to trying to figure out how to make this make the most sense and how it's going to be actually applied and not just in theory, which is what I think we got. We got a bill that's going to operate in theory. In theory, this is going to provide housing. And in theory, this is going to work. And I'm supportive of that concept, and I'm supportive of that theory. But what I wanted to see from you folks was all the other tools that you said belongs in the toolbox, that this is just one tool. So I would have hoped, instead of this council creating a TIG after the fact, to figure out all the nitty-gritty and how this is really gonna help our people. I feel like we're doing it backwards. So that part makes me slightly uncomfortable. But I feel like we all have to trust in each other to make this make the most sense. But in order to build that trust, we're gonna need a little bit more and a little bit better communication, because we don't really have that right now. And I don't mean with the public, because we heard 4 or 5 days of testimony. That part we have. What we don't have is this. This has been quite difficult. Our job is to create policy here. Our job is to help shape policy. But it didn't feel like we were able to do that job well today and yesterday. Yesterday it was described as a zoning bill. I completely disagree. And I know it's in zoning, but it's a zoning bill that's supposed to provide housing. With housing comes the concern of financing and lending and ensuring our people can get a mortgage so that they can move into these places, as we heard they want to do, and do a long-term rental. I want this to make sense, but I don't feel like we were given the details to make it make sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna support this today, but I'm gonna support this on the contingency that we figure out a TIG and we figure out how to make this make sense. We heard that this is a housing bill. The Facebook for Maui County, I think there's 3 posts. Housing, 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 housing. Yes. But then yesterday we said it was a zoning bill. The other week we said it was a water conservation bill. So I just need one streamlined approach. This is what we're doing. We are creating housing here. That's our intent. And whether it's affordable, whether it's attainable, or whether it's market, all of which our people deserve to have. We still need to figure out how we're gonna ensure that we actually have it. And we're not creating a windfall for people who have cash to buy us out again if we're unable to mortgage, which was my concern yesterday. And it was met with some hostility at times, and I get it. And I know I seem like, I said this, like I'm a jerk sometimes, but that's because I need this to make sense. I want this to make sense. I want our people to stay home, 100%. But so I am trusting in that this is going to make sense, because we're gonna continue to work on this. It feels, like I said, a little funky that we're gonna pass Bill 9 and then work on all the things, which is why yesterday I was asking about our Plan A. If we have Bill 9, then what are the sibling bills that come with? If we have Bill 9 and we lose, then what are the sibling bills that come with, so we can still honor the intention to create housing in these areas? And if not just in these areas, then where? So I'm gonna be supporting this. I already started the language for the TIG. I hope we can work together better in the future, and I appreciate your folks' time. Thank you.
Member Johnson.
Chair, point of information, we're voting on your amendment right now, right? We have not
No,
voted
we're in
on,
discussion actually.
on your amendment.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna save my final comments for the,
Okay.
for the time, but I'm here for that, your amendment right now, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Members, are you ready to vote on the amendment? Thank you. Our one and only amendment, thank you. All those in favor of, or is it right vote? Okay.
Yeah,
all
just
those in
on your
favor-
amendment,
Okay.
voice vote.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
I only see 9 ayes.
So,
Okay,
Chair,
so now, yes.
Chair, before you move on, your other amendment you withdrew.
Yes.
Because of what Member Cook was going to
Right,
propose.
yeah, yeah.
So now that he's not proposing those excluded properties, the resort
We're
properties.
gonna let it go to the TIG. I just
So you're
have
not
to let
gonna
it go to
do
the
this?
TIG. Yeah, because they're gonna work on, that's one of the first things they're gonna work on. So the next thing we have to work on is, the CD1 version, right?
Yes, Chair. So before the body now is the substitution as amended.
Right. All those in favor of the substitution as amended, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye. Just the
either
substitution,
one.
not the main motion.
Yeah, the substitution. Okay, I see only 9 ayes. And now for the main motion. All those.
So now discussion on the main motion as amended
Yeah.
before the final vote.
Yeah, this is it, right?
Okay.
We're voting, this is for the vote on the main motion as amended, right?
Yeah.
But you want to discuss.
I would like some
I
discussion.
don't want you all to take all 27 minutes of this, all right?
I'll
I'm going to
take
put you
3.
all
Be clear with
on
that,
2
Chair.
minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
James, you heard her, 2 minutes.
Okay. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, public. Thank you, administration. I won't be supporting this. I know it's going to pass. Everybody worked hard on it. I just want to express and represent a lot of people whose livelihood and their whole structure of what they've been doing and what they've been led to believe is okay. I support changing and clarifying and getting more apartments. I support that. This bill, the way it is now, is we didn't end up with enough tools. I'll participate in the TIG. I know a lot of people will be excited about it. I think it's going to be constructive, and I'm going to be optimistic and positive that we'll get a positive outcome. I'm just saying right now, today, a lot of people, this bill has lit the fuse for the next 5 years. They can keep doing what they're doing, and then they're going to lose the right to use their property like that. And I was supportive of it within the context of having a clear path forward where they could have spelled out when this is passed, the procedure in a way and with confidence that, oh, okay, we can take a existing use, we can rezone it, we can do the same thing, we can keep paying these high taxes we've been paying, and paying the jobs and whatnot that we have been. And we're going to have to go through this motion, but it's fine. It's understandable. Right now, today, we don't have that. We're going to have a TIG. Right now, there's no real structured path for someone to apply for rezoning. There's an existing process. You can get a conditional use permit. You can change your zoning. You can do all of that. And that's not what I was agreeing to. What I was agreeing to was something that was more actionable. So anyway, I want to just tell everybody, public and everybody else, totally supportive of housing. Will continue to be, want a healthy economy so we can afford to do that. Thank you all very much, and I hope to see you in full council tomorrow. Thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez? Discussion or none? You can just.
Sure, mahalo, Chair. First, I'd like to mahalo Lahaina Strong and all the community for making all the tremendous sacrifices you all have been making, from occupying Ka'anapali to rallying the community to continue to put pressure on the government so that the government reflects the priorities of our residents. Mahalo to Mayor Bisson and for everyone from the administration and Corporation Council for working hard on this bill. Contrary to what was said earlier, I know that this bill was worked on and vetted because I helped work on this bill. So I was in the room discussing all the different concerns, ideas, and I was proud of where we ended up. I mahalo, the mayor for immediately taking action, something that no other mayor would have considered before. Because of all the housing that was lost, to make this zoning correction. Because of how difficult this has been, we know that that's why mayors and councils before never made this correction. To ensure that our residents live in apartment zone district. This has been so tough, so emotional. But I just am grateful to everyone in this chamber and everyone that's been supporting us online. I think it's unfair that the administration is being accused of a half-baked bill when the idea that's requiring or asking for, resulting in a TIG, is coming from ideas that came from the council. It wasn't the administration's idea, and so the administration shouldn't be blamed for a bill that didn't include some of the ideas that the council members had when this bill was introduced from last year. I heard the timer. I'll just lastly say that when you're looking at the Minatoya list and in the community plan designation, it says multifamily. It was supposed to be for residents, not swallowed up by the tourism industry, which is what happened. And this is reclaiming housing for our residents. And I fully support and look forward to voting in strong support of this motion. Mahalo for all your work, Chair.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo to everyone, and you know who you are when I say everyone. I'm willing to work with the administration on all the things that we were discussing, specifically in my committee, economic diversification. I'm sincere when I think that it's time to pivot, and I think that let's move forward and pivot and get these folks, let's diversify our economy. We cannot all put our golden eggs in one basket. I'm willing also to do the work on the policy side. I'm going to introduce a vacancy tax bill once we hear what the city in Honolulu does with their side. Among other things, you know, we'll get to that when we get to that. I'm willing to do the work. That's really what it comes down to. Too long, our municipal, our state, our federal governments have always put profits before people. Well, the times are changing, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, it's now time for people over profits. And I'm here for it. So I'm going to rise to full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to thank everyone that worked very hard on this bill and recognize that Member Cook does represent a faction of our community that this will impact negatively. And thank you to all the members for supporting a shorter phase-out period for Lahaina because we really need it. You know, I don't know what people envision when they say local people, but that slide that Mr. Jachowski showed, that 80 to 70% of all of these properties have had owner-occupied units, means that our local residents do live in those units. And I think this is a real important step, not only to put people before profit, but send a loud and clear message that it's the speculation and commodification of our housing that has brought us to this point. You know, the concept that real estate is the wealth builder is taking away from community, is taking away from all the things that make our communities great. If you let this passive type of income be your revenue generator rather than, you know, focusing on the services and other things that our community needs and makes our community great, you know, and put the money so that those industries make a living wage that they can live here in Maui County or anywhere in the world. Because we need teachers, but they don't make the living wage. We need laundromats in West Maui, the most basic, simple thing, you know? We need redemption centers in West Maui. So, I mean, all these things that we need that don't make a living wage, that's part of the problem. And I heard the bell. Thank you.
Thank you. Such emotional and important discussions we've had. We've heard from over 300 testimonies or testifiers over a period of 4 days, and then we went to here we are with deliberations and hearing from the administration. So our process was long and deliberate, so I appreciate everybody who's put the time in to make it happen. I will say that I'm disappointed that we did not do Member Cook's amendments because I did site visits. I heard from hotels, I heard from properties, or I should say I heard from the properties that were in the hotel resort area and where they sit and how they operate, And so therefore, I think it should have been included. So at this point, since it didn't make it, I want to encourage every single property that's out there to contact my office and let's walk through the process of changing the zoning. I think all of us, or many of us, would sit and want to help you. And please do reach out. Soon after, I think it was June 9th when the mayor, or when you all proposed this bill, I did meet with the administration. I asked the mayor. At that point, I was asked, can we do this change of zoning, to hotel? And his question to me was, why wasn't it done earlier? I'm still thinking about that, but I think the reason is because probably it was not a situation like this. So now we've been pushed. The community is being pushed. And I want to open up the doors to my office to help with the zoning changes. And I think that the administration will sit side by side with us to make it happen. And planning, you have a big job ahead of you. We will be working closely together. And I hope that the administration and Corp Council, then we can figure out how to make this happen faster. I hope to look also towards changes in tax policy. When the administration came before us, I was hoping that we had more concrete steps forward. But we did get philosophies which I think were not new to us, but we will work closely with you and make it happen. So I'm voting no for today, but I look forward to the future, to making it stronger so that truly our local people can afford and want to rent and buy these parcels.
Judy?
Thank you. I am, as I said earlier, very disappointed in this piece of legislation. I think it was put together hastily and by a lot of inexperienced people. And so, I am disappointed that the impacts and consequences are not addressed. They're not. There's no clear path forward. And we know that it would take a miracle to expedite the change in zoning process. We have projects that we're dealing with who have been in the process for over 15, 16 years for a change in zoning. So let's not fool the people out there. We have to come up with something substantive and concrete. And the thing is, I speak not as a friend of a person who owns an STR. I actually don't know anybody. And I'm glad, because I'm not influenced by friendship or anything like that. I'm just looking at the facts. And the facts point to many, many issues not addressed. Or if addressed, not fully addressed. I'm very conflicted in the sense that there are parts of me that would like to support this, and there are parts that have serious reservations. But for today, I'm going to vote aye with reservations. Thank you.
Member Sinensi?
Thank you, Chair, for my opportunity. And mahalo to all the staff and to your committee chair, to the administration, and to my fellow council members, and to Lina Strong for always showing up full force. I know, Chair, these are bold actions, and we're asking all of our members to take some bold steps. So when we're looking at the backdrop, of Bill 9, especially when a lot of us are returning from the mainland. We expect 400,000 of us to be of Native Hawaiians, children, kupuna, to be off of Medicare and Medicaid. And we heard on Monday that our kupuna may have to go back to work just so that they can keep their Medicare coverage. We're looking at another 144,000 of our family members that won't have food security and lose their food benefits. Us as DEI and the most diversified state, all of our cuts to our grants, all of those billions of dollars that we are losing. So that is the backdrop of Bill 9. And I know it doesn't, level the playing field, but it gives our family a fighting chance, especially for affordable housing. When we visit America, we do see high tourism areas just like Maui. And we see how short-term rentals have displaced local families, including teachers, nurses, emergency personnel. And we're also well above the preferential ratio of 1 visitor to every 3 residents. I think we're at 2 to 3 now. Bill 9 seeks to reclaim these properties for what was intended for local housing. It's definitely a faster and more cost-effective way to increase local housing than trying to build our way out of this crisis. And I think, Chair, finally, as public servants, our job is to protect the health, safety, and general well-being of our communities. And I think, and we have that purview to regulate our own zoning laws. So I'm confident moving forward that, we will get through this. And so I too, Chair, want to stop the exodus of our young families to the mainland, and I want to support our community in achieving affordable housing over investment profits, Chair. So in support.
Thank you. Member Hodgins?
I said what I said earlier, Chair, but thank you. I do know and understand that we're probably going to get sued, so best of luck to you folks and best of luck to all of us.
Okay, I want to right now recognize Colin Akata, who has some minor comments for us.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Apologize for the interruption and not calling this out before we voted on the substitution. The committee amended B1 and B2, the dates for the amortization periods to impose a different period end date for West Maui and for the remainder. Staff just wants to confirm that it has authority to conform the date under 1912-070A, which currently still has a deadline of July 1, 2030.
So moved.
Yep.
And the other,
Or do you need us to make that motion, or is it considered non-substantive
Confirming.
because we made that?
She's confirming.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if the body is in agreement, then we're okay. And we just wanted to double check on the prefatory language for subsection B, 1912-070B with Clerk Council, line 4, that we can leave that July 1, 2025 date as is, given where we are in the calendar right now. Thank you, Chair.
They're checking, Carla.
It's on page 4.
I think that's all right. Yeah.
Carla? They confirmed.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And so, wow. So I think that this concludes our day, but I know, I'm not done. I get 2 minutes, don't start the clock yet. But yeah, so I get my 2 minutes, and I want to take that because this process for me has been very difficult, very hard, conflicting at time. Sometimes it just makes me wild and wicked, and when I go home, my family doesn't recognize who I am. And even sometimes when I'm here, you know, my kids have this thread all across the US, right? And they're always commenting on this thread. And they're talking about us. And my daughters in New York watch it, my daughters in Washington watch it, and they say, Ma. And they, you know, do whatever you want to think about, that's what they do. But it's hard because I have 10 kids, right? And they all have their different opinions about Bill 9. Let me tell you. So I know what it's like to sit out there, and I know what it's like to sit on here. Because when I'm with my kids, that's what it feels like. But in the end, this is what happens. You all got to do what you all know is the right thing to do. Because that's what moves you, right? That stuff that's deep down inside your now, that's what moves you. And sometimes you're good, and sometimes you're not. Sometimes you're right, and sometimes you're not. But then that's all right, because the next day, you wake up and you breathe, and you start all over again. And you try to make it through that day until the rest of your life. So as hard as this has been, and I'm already thinking about my kids and the phone calls I'm probably going to get about why I said and did what I did. But in the end, they will be in my situation too one day. I'm sure they will. And they'll have to make hard decisions just like you will. But I hope that no matter what decisions we make, that we don't stop caring for each other, we don't stop loving each other, and that we don't ever stop talking to each other about stuff that matters. And with that being said, members, I'd like to call for the question, right? So, is it roll call vote, right? Got to be roll call. Okay, roll call vote.
Chair proceeding with the vote, roll call vote. Chair Lee.
Aye with reservation.
Councilmember Sugimura.
No.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
No.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Hodgins.
Aye.
Committee Chair Kama.
No.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 3 noes. Motion passes.
Members? That's all the applause. I mean, I thought it would be louder, but okay. It is now 4:26 members.
Made it.
And the HLU committee meeting, recess meeting of June 9th, is now officially adjourned on July 24th, 2025. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, members.